Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は63日目です。It's day 63. Let's quickly go over our mistakes here. Today is our, the aftermath of peak day. I still haven't the after peak day. So we'll see how our reviews go. Yesterday yesterday was level up, right? That's peak day. Level up day. I think there were more new stuff in every regards, like from beginning to end, new elements. So it's starting to increase, and we'll see how well we navigate those. Maybe come up with, notice some observations or ways to make it more consistent. This is going to happen eventually, right? Once we move out of JLPT 5 dominated and JLPT 4 dominated stuff. Although before that happens, WaniKani is moving into JLPT 4, like between 5 and 4, and that type of vocabulary is very familiar with me. So I'm also not only being a bit complacent right now, largely because I've already have those vocabulary, and really is down to what WaniKani does best, is to get the kanji, the read, or not necessarily the read in terms of its sound, but the character attached to the read. And it's going to be like that for, I'm going to say, for the next month or two even. And then we really hit the big one, which is when I don't even have essences of read or listening to rely on. And we'll see how well that works out. I anticipate the pace slowing down even more, largely due to adapting to that. Again, my experiences aren't from zero, so contrary to a lot of people, I've learned quite a lot of vocabulary from Duolingo, but not a lot of kanji. I did learn a lot of, like, a significant body of characters, and I still have yet to see a lot of those, so they'll come up at some point soon, I imagine. Okay. All right, review. I think most of these were the double checking stuff mistakes, right? Like this one was, it was a definition, right? In versus inside, right? And this one was foreigner versus foreign country, right? I basically was too complacent. I didn't read. I saw the first two and I'm like, oh, okay, I'll just pick whichever one, because largely the difference is at the end. That was a snap judgment error. And this was a typo. Typing go, or I typed ka, ga, ga instead of go, right? Which are things that I'm aware of when I type, errors that from time to time come up. Right. All right, 179 review, and we'll pick up the 16 in 2 minutes. Right, as planned, and let's get into our review. All right. I think
家
They prioritize, I think not prioritize, but I think the reviews are familiar reviews before the new ones come in, right? I think that was the timing. Oh no, it's mixed. Just kidding. Random. So this is sense, right? Sense or from, and we had a lion drop saliva on a person, but then the eagle swoops in to save you into a worse position, right? Eagle. Hello. One body. One body. What the heck is oh yeah. This one's legitimately the heck. The mnemonic is the heck. What the heck is this? But what was it? I guess we go with eat tight, right? Tight.
一体
Eat tight. Nannen.
何年
Center is whole. Plan. Not. Copy. Else. This is to shine. To shine, I think uses hikari, right? Hikari, so hikaru.
Hikaru
Hikaru. The heck? That's gotta be the heck, yeah, that's the heck. Man. Or what in the world? Or like, in the world. It feels like an exacerbation, right? Okay. Dawn was this one? Yeah, rice patty, man. Dawn. Shine. No, Yuki. Doing? She, right? The sheep leader does things by doing things. What's an example of she? I really should start asking myself what my prototypic words are for these. Maybe I should write a note if I don't have like a prototypic word. Shikusa is shikusa one, or way of doing things like shikata. Yeah, shikata would be a great example, right? I think in the future, if I pause on a character, I'm going to try to name the words, because then I can double check right here, right? We have, yeah, shikusa and shikata. Oh, and also shikata ga nai. Shikata ga nai. Yeah. That's probably an exercise I should be doing, largely because I did in Duolingo. Duolingo was how that worked. You take the character and then you take one vocabulary word with the wholesale character and you associate it with another word with that wholesale character, as opposed to building up radicals. But now we have radicals as our disposal, so we can also use that. The hand neck. I like these ones. Hand neck and wrist and ankle. They're good. Quite nice. Quite nice. Shot.
Shinu.
Chinu. Ooh. Guess they went with other. Aida. Right? Wait. Not Taida. This is Hei. Because Taida is the kunyomi. Right. Hei. Were you different? Shoal? Shoal? Or Sei? Seigatsu. Seigetsu. Shogatsu. Shogetsu. Shogetsu. I think we landed on Gatsu. Gatsu, yeah. Because guts. Shogatsu. Because the shogun. Something about the shogun having guts. That, I don't know why this is Shogatsu. We gotta look again. Shogatsu sounds right.
Shogatsu.
Shogatsu. You hate the shogun's guts, I see. Because he doesn't celebrate New Year's. Oh, right. Negative remark, right? You hate the shogun's guts because he doesn't celebrate. Okay. So the shogun does not like celebrating the New Year. Alright. We got this. We got this. Fake news. Kidding. Yeah.
Kubi.
The other leader is the leader of Taco, right? Taco leader. Oh, body part. Oh, I think it's just two coons still. Tekubi.
Tekubi.
Tekubi. Tekubi. Tekubi. This is nakunaru. Why was it nakunaru? Is beyond me. Where do I get the na from? Now? No, that's death. Death. Nakunaru, but I have no idea why it's nakunaru. Something to do with passing away.
なくなる
No idea. Let's look. Oh, knocking on death's door. Oh, that one's actually pretty good too. Ah, dang. Oh, to be fired. I like this one. To get fired? To be fired? I gotta make sure I include... Okay. To be fired. To be sacked. I don't use the word get too often. So I'm surprised they accepted to be fired as opposed to get fired. I was thinking maybe it's get. Okay, and then you get fired by neck, right? And then kubi, it's just kubi. No additional rules. Right, no additional rules. Kubi ni naru.
クビになる
Hand made. Wait, hand worked. Oh, handmade. Was this the handmade thing? What do we have? Te. Oh, this is the. We use the. Kunyomi, right? And we use sku. So skuri, you know, skuru. So tezukuri, right? Tezukuri, because of the rendaku. Tezukuri. Now, how the heck do I spell? How do I do that zu? Right? Is it di? Or it's no. Du. Yeah, tezukuri. If I remember correctly. Can it be anything else? Not really. Yeah, tezukuri is handmade. Why does this sound so familiar? Oh yeah, cookies. Tezukuri was cookies in Duolingo. Homemade cookie, right? You? Tezukuri.
手作り
Tezukuri.
1年生
And say. Do I write student too? Okay, hold up. I need to make sure. Okay. I think I would also accept first year. I was debating on typing just first year. Like, First year is short for first year student. That might be more of a nuance point, but since this is me, are you a first year, right? As opposed to are you a first year student? I was debating on adding professor, but that might be a nuance point too. What was this? Tongue? Wait, hold up. Tongue, spray, energy. Oh, wait, lively. Right, lively energy is still energy. Wait. University students. Oh, you know what? No, they probably have college student. They probably have college student. Oh, this was like Aozora, right? Whoops. Typed the wrong. Aozora for blue sky, right? It was the Rendaku. I think we have 2 Rendakus on Sora. Hmm. What was the other one? All Sora? Oh, All Zora. I think All Zora was the only big sky. The heavens, I think was the other one.
青空
All Zora.
大学生
Aigatse.
先生
Sensei. Sheep, wool, sheep fur, wool. Ooh, sheep was weird. Oh, I am not used to sheep. And kunyomi, right? This is a special occasion, kunyomi. Oh, sheep. What the heck was a sheep? How do we learn about sheep? Sheep. Sheep was... Oh, wait. Something about hitting... Oh, man. I don't... Something about hitting Jesus, right? Hitsuji? Hitsuji. Hitsuji. No, Hitsu. Hitsuji. But I don't understand why it's Hitsuji. What does it have to do with that? And then so this would be Hitsuji. Eh? No. No. I think this one is not like Ushi. It's not like Koushi. I think this one turned out to be normal, right? So it's Yomo. And I don't know I don't think they wrote an exception or anything, just Yomo.
羊毛
Did they write an exception? No. Okay, so this is the norm. It's not an exception. So, Koichi, Koichi, and like the cow thing is the exception. This one is more the norm. But I don't understand what the Hitsuji or Hitsuji mnemonic is. Like, I don't understand it at all. I don't understand the connection. I wonder if that takes sky blue. Oh, they probably doesn't because there is a sky blue already. And blue sky and sky blue are, I guess, different. Yeah. Homemade. Do they take handmade? That might be a 50-50. No. I think they do. I think we'll stick with handmade, which is a lot safer, but yeah, yeah, homemade. Homemade is there. Oh, this is pass, right? It's pass because you're thinking of your mother on a scooter. Or, oh, did they add a preposition? They probably added a preposition. Pass through. I don't think they have pass. Yeah, I'm gonna add pass. When you pass through is a preposition at the end, which plus or minus preposition a lot of times. Like for example, leave from instead of just leave, right? Leave from, or lots of prepositional phrases or verb phrases end with the preposition, and they more or less can be dropped sometimes because the direction and the stuff is. In this case, pass might also be confused with other things, so I kind of get why pass through is the thing. You could also pass by something, which honestly this character is involved in, to pass by something. And this is also taking consideration for this character in Chinese as well, which is all different forms of passing. Okay. Yeah. I think we're okay with this. Being more vigilant as we're going. One loaf. Wait, could I get away with one loaf? Okay. Let me double check. Okay, I can. Yeah, this is also a thing too. It's kind of like dropping the prepositional phrase, right, of bread, but one loaf has inherently is commonly referring to bread, but it could be referring to other things. Just it's commonly so. Prepositional phrases and ending with prepositions can often be dropped. That's a form of nuance. But that's for adding synonyms, because I know what I mean, but does the SRS know what I mean? Probably not, because there are no contextual fillers for these type of things. So we're gonna go and manually do that ourselves. So we're going. Or double checking anyway, if it's there. Onen. Yonen. Yonen, right? Yonen. Not kyonen.
去年
Yonen. Um, Eat, key, and lively. Does this change? I don't think this changes. So what we have? Wait, E, because that's katsu, right? And it's often shortened. Not all the time. We have a word that didn't get shortened. Is this it? I think I might have to come up with like some sort of system with this too. But I'm pretty sure this is ki and not katsuki. Yeah, katsuki sounds awful. So
活気
ki. Which one was this? Nanotsu? No, kokonotsu? What's the 9 things? 9 coconuts? Kokonotsu sounds right. I was thinking of 7, right? Nano. Or no, wait. 7 is nanatsu. Kokonotsu sounds right. Coconuts, and on the 9th day is coconut day. Oh, that sounds awful. Okay, yeah. Gotta be kokonotsu.
9つ
Saying Q or any form a Q is awful. Like kutsu, that sounds awful. All right. Wool. Oh, I think this is shortened to ikin. 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 Not the greatest sounding, but
一斤
ikin. This is origin, right? So again, wait. Yeah. Mazu. No idea why it's Mazu anymore. Something about mother. And Mazu is like first of all. This one is a troublesome one. This character. I think we need to embellish the character definition. Firstly to begin with, first of all, to start with, right? Mazu. And no idea why it's Mazu anymore. Yeah, no idea why. First. Maze. Oh my goodness. Heckin' maze. Yeah, we did a different mnemonic for this. I think we're just gonna abandon that. Maybe one day it's just like, yeah, maze. Or we get another maze, like another Mazu somewhere. I think this is the only instance of maze. Yep. Two, right? Two. Okay, this is not a jet, guys. This is a husband. Yes. Go. Go ho. Ne? No. That's not ho. Go shitsu. Go shitsu. No special things, right? Because it's a counter or some sort of count related thing. Right? Go
号室
main things. Here. Fix. Wait. Did I add? Yes, right? I added to fix something. No, wait. Yes, right? No. Did I add this? I think I added. No, let's be safe. To be fixed. But. Oh no, it's just to be fixed. Because it's intransitive. Yeah. Alright. To get fixed. To have fixed. To repair. To be repaired. I know, conjugation be darned. This is not for conjugation, but for interpretation situations. Right? Like someone's gonna say like, well, to have means you have to conjugate it in a certain way. It's like, yes, but we're not conjugating things here. The idea is these are all related to using this. Because you're gonna have to conjugate this in a certain way to suggest to have repaired something, but it is related to these things. Or oh, that's not it actually. It's not to have fixed. It's to have repaired is to have been. Oh no, that's fine. We're not gonna do past tense or. I think to get fixed and then to be repaired would be something I might type in the future, potentially. Let's see. Elementary. Did they add primary? Okay, they did add primary. Okay. Alright. Maze.
茶色
Tairo. Is this Naoru? Yeah, now, because you want to fix it now. No matter what. Nah.
治る
Naoru. Sho. Sho. Sho? Sho. Oh, oh, wait. Wait. It is, yeah, it's Shogakuse, right? It's not Ko. There's Is this a weird Kolgakse situation? Nah, right? Shogakse is how I've been saying it for a while now. My mind would be blown. There ain't no way. Yeah, shogakse, shugakse, kokose, and daigakse, right?
小学生
Question everything. Person, village, hometown. This was human habitation. I made a big deal about human habitation yesterday. And how do we human habitate? I feel like there was a rendaku in here, right? There's definitely a rendaku. And also this got kunified. Both of these got kunified though. So hitozato.
人里
Okay. What was this? Room number? Was blood still blood? Was Ketsu still Ketsu? I don't have a mnemonic for anything else. Not off the top of my head. And it's not a coon, right? Oh no. It's an on, so there's gotta be a coon. Was this the thing where you like stuffed cheese and I made a comment about festering wounds? Yes. This is probably oh, wait. I think it's oh wait, and then this is wait, is this bleeding? Or is it still blood? It's still blood. There we have a word for bleed now. Oh, it was like blood plus exit, right? Blood exit, which was Itsu. Oh no, it's exit blood. So it was. I'm not sure if that was shortened too. Su, like su ketsu, or sutsuketsu. No, that's awful. So suketsu probably. Suketsu. Oh no. I have to think about that too. That's coming up soon. But this is still blood. Brown. School co. Meikyoku is fine.
名曲
Meikyoku. This is early, which is soon. Right? Early, soon. Ah! I'm just gonna type soon. As soon as possible is soon. I really dislike as soon as possible, just after immediately. Soon. Immediately. Immediately. I might even say fast. That's this is total nonsense. Heck, I might as well just add ASAP. because as soon as is not this, it does not include as soon as possible. So if you type in as soon as possible, you're probably going to have an error too. Right after. Uh, take one from weirdly from Hansa Hero successively. This is BS right here. That's pedantic to the max. Let's see. What do we have? Lively use. Oh, this is to utilize. Oh, this is conjugation, right? Conjugate form. That's really upsetting. Oh, whoops. I saw the feather bottom, but I didn't look at the top. Weak. Yowa is the kun, the on. What was weak? Ice, Jack, Jaku. Human habitation. This is the cheese thing.
Chi.
Chi. Wait. School. Then.
So.
So triggering. No special rules? So not an exception, right? So we have Katsuyo Ke? Katsuyoke. Or Kayoke. No, this is the one. This is the one that it didn't get shortened. Kayoke. I thought it might potentially be Kayoke, but it's Katsuyoke. Ke, right?
Katsuyoke.
Katsuyoke.
Ocha.
Ocha. Boat. Boats. Okay, sorry. How I Met Your Mother reference. Boats. So which one did they use for this? Previous? First? I gotta sit down and really, really look at this character, huh? I think I get stuck on this character so often. First, previous. Wait, what's the read on this? Oh, Saki. Tip, future, right? Saki, tip, future, ahead, first. Yes. So they went with tip. Oh, having the read works so well. Okay. Next time I should really ask myself what the read is. If I know the read, it's it's a lot easier to translate. Not too used to seeing the kanji yet. Sea. Oh, Sea King Star. That's Neptune. Chu, right? Yugakse.
中学生
And this is Saki.
先
Saki. Yugoku.
中国
Yugoku. Sha. Oh, Sha. What was the alternative word? Leader, right? Then. Jacho. Jacho.
社長
Yikata. Right? Yikata way of saying. Gozen. Or Gozen.
午前
Gozen. Kai o se.
海洋性
Kai o se. 三角形。
三角形
三角形。Multiple reads? Oh, wait, what? Multiple reads? Oh. Oh, interesting. This one has an acceptable 三角形. I didn't even notice this the first time. 三角形. Was there a mention? No. Intriguing. Okay. I kind of like 三角形. Yeah, 三角形. Although, I think that's fine too. Sangatsu. This is the special one, right? It's Nangatsu and not Nangetsu. Oh, this one I'm not sure too. It's a little 50-50. Although my gut told me Nangatsu because I got it incorrect the first time. The second time around after the lesson.
何月
I guess something about your guts filled with non or something. What month gives you non-guts? Yeah. So association by food. Suppose that's sufficient. Okay. Okay. Ini, iniru. Iroiro.
いろいろ。
Iikata. Ne?
言い方。
Iikata. Ataru? Ne? Ataru. Yeah.
当たる。
Ataru. That becomes useful later, actually. This is still point. Oh, this was... Did they go with teach or teacher? I think they went with teacher, but I added teach. Yeah? Yes. Okay. Iniru.
気に入る
Niru. How did point work? Point. So the original was the onyomi was 10, but it's definitely not 10 now. Or was it still 10? Because it's often used to accompany... I can't think of anything else though. Oh, I don't know why it's 10.
点
Yes. Is it just because... No. There's no meaning. That's why I had problems. There's no explainer. It just happens to have the same. Pretty sure this is onyomi. Right? Guess I can click on this and go backwards. Oh, okay. Point. Yeah, it's onyomi. So no explainer as to no disclaimer as to using the expectation of kun, which it does have a kun. Maybe it's a very, very uncommon kun. Okay. Whoops. Nagai. The heck is what was the naga part? Oh, nagging. Right? Your nose hair is too long, right? And it's nagging. It's a problem. Long nose hairs are a problem, right?
長い
Nagai. Okay. You aren't a sprout. You are something else. You are a cross across a mouth because of use. Although I'm not quite sure how the mnemonic works. The reason, yeah. The cross of reason is to combat views of the world, the chaos. Yes. Yeah. Shellfish? Kai? Okay. Ataru is to be correct, right? Or to correct. No, I know what correct is. To correct, right? Was it in the same group? I know a success, right? It's success and to be correct. I'm not entirely sure. To correct is an entirely different character, actually. He uses correct. What was that one? I guess I'll know when it comes up. Yeah, to be correct or to be right. Oh no. I think we're gonna stick with to be right. Although I think this also means like to hit or to touch. Did I add to be correct? Oh, I totally added to be correct. There's a reason I added this. It was marked wrong. That I'm pretty sure it was marked wrong. That's why that was already added. Reality? Honto or Honto. Honto is reality, truth, true, and real. I think all of them are acceptable. Except for really, which then really was introduced with the ni. So make sure not to type really. Whoops. Honto.
本当
Honto. Now we have naosu. Naoru is to be fixed. This is to fix. Naosu. Ne? Name person. This is an expert, right? Meijin, yeah, an expert. Experts have Meijins, right? Meijin. Yeah, Meijin. So this is an expert. Whisper. We'll use whisper for this. Meijin.
名人
Meijin. Shellfish. It's to substitute with or to substitute for. Right? Yeah. I added a bunch of synonyms, but I don't know what I added. Oh, I just said to substitute for is still to substitute, and to take over for is also to take over. Largely because we're not gonna do the pedanticness of intrinsic and the intransitive and transitive using prepositions, right? So the read for this is ka, because we're substituting with car, right? Kawaru. Whoops. What the heck? Kawaru.
変わる
Close. Near is near? Wait. Hold up. So if you have double near, I swear double near is still near. Or did it change? It could mean soon. I could have sworn this is different. But soon is fine. It has something to do with near. I mean, like, soon can be expressed just like, oh, what triggered me earlier? Soul, right? Soul, or... I've got the other one. Hikibiki? Or something? Hikapika? I think those two are kind of similar in with some nuance, but I think they both boil down to soon for the time being. This is probably in the near future, right? Yeah, let's add some stuff. Like, near future is still acceptable. Soon after. And now I'm adding prepositions back. Immediately. Imminent. I like using imminent. If I can spell. I can't spell imminent. Oh, is it two M's? Imminent. I think near future is fine. So if I think of near future. Okay. So we kind of have two things reinforcing each other now. So I think those two closeness will be fine. Somehow I have to remember that when we think of near, like near before, after, far, distant, have to think of it from a position and time, right? Sometimes it's referring to position, sometimes it's referring to time. And some expressions are exclusive. It seems like they're exclusive to time, and some things are exclusive to position, and some things are both. I'm gonna have to make that distinction in the future. I mean, with enough context and story, you'll figure out if it's referring to time or position. Still, for this, I'm gonna have to be a little bit more cognizant about that, because I could have went down the wrong direction and used my prototypic position, because this character for me is used more often with position. So if you say it twice, close, it would just be near. Like, it would be even nearer. So that's kind of a rough part that I'm gonna have to think about in the future. Okay, this is reality or truth, etc. Kun? Oh yes, kun. So like, kozoe. No wait, koe, kogoe. Wait, yes. Kogoe, like ogoe, right? Ogoe, kogoe. We went over this yesterday. Or kongoe,
小声
kogoe, or kongoe. This one's fine. Naosu.
直す
Hold. Kingin? Ain't no way it's Kingin. Keen. Or no. This is no, chika. Wait. Oh, this is chika. Oh, chika. Oh man, I don't. I'm very bad at this one. Ga, chika, ga, chika, chika, ga, chika. This is the I.
近々
Ga, chika. I gotta hear this a couple more times.
近々
Chika, chika.
近々
So chika,
近々
chika, and then this is jika,
近々
chika, jika,
近々
ga, chika,
近
and
々
chika, jika. How did this work? Because that's just kun. Yeah, these are just kun reads twice normally, I guess. The normal stance, right, is that you read the kun off of the noma or nama? Noma? Oh no. Wait. The clue was oh yeah, the no yeah, noma. Okay. Shimai. Shimai.
姉妹
Shimai. I added a bunch here. What did I add? Oh, to take over. Yeah, I removed the ending with preposition. Yeah. And then I added I added a preposition back. I see. We're going both ways here. All right. Shape. Is it still okay? Because it's usually after something. No, wait. No. It's not K. It's shape. This is not it. What are you? Shape of cheese? Was it something about shaping cheese? It's something about cheese. You cut the cheese or katachi, but yeah, it's like a cutter and cheese, but I don't know how they're connected other than you're cutting cheese. What is your motivation? I need a motivation for cutting cheese. Right? Katachi.
形
Katachi, why? You really want to eat food that is in neat shapes. That's the motivation. So you decide to use a cutter on your cheese. Oh. Because cheese is a boring shape. Block of cheese is a boring shape. Okay. Fair enough. Say. Machi. Ne? Machi.
町
Machi. Okay. 肉 Good.
私
Machi. skin and meat, irony, right? Niku? Niku is notoriously kunyomi, and he is the kunyomi, right? So Niku works.
皮肉
Niku, irony or sarcasm. Still shape. Ase.
火星
This is the self or yourself. Most of the selves. Mars. We're taking to think about something. Angae kata. Right? Angae kata. Kangae kata? Why does that sound so weird? I need to hear this.
考え方
Kangae kata. No, it's that. I stand. Where do I stand? Private. Right. This is my private space where I stand. Shiritsu, right? And we talked about this. This is the special Shiritsu. Sounds like other Shiritsu.
私立
To hit something. Is this any different? How do you hit something? Let's look in for hitting something. Oh, utsu. Utsu. Is you're hitting a uni. Thought. Utsu.
打つ
Ane.
姉
Moru.
取る
Master. Oh, is it shoe or shoe? Whoops. Shoe or shoot? And this is why I am not a fan of doing near rhymes. Without paying the nuance in shoe or shoe. Not paying attention to it is detrimental, in my opinion. Although, granted, I guess at some point, if it's committed to memory, it would be irrelevant, would it? Let me think of an example with this. What's an example vocabulary word? That's definitely the solution to this. Think of an example, prototypic example. Since we have vocabulary now we can use. Oh no. I can't think of one. Oh no. What is my recall that terrible now? Shu. I keep thinking of Shumai. Sorry, 1 second. Shumai is different language. I think it's Shu, but Shujin. Yeah, Shujin. Shujin is good. So it's Shu, not Shu. Let's see. Thousands? However many thousands, I suppose. Private. Mushi. Nanzen.
何千
Nanzen. Angae. Angae.
考え
Angae. That might have been also to take something. That was the both, one of the examples of both. Sen. Nisen. 2011年。
2011年
2011年。Tacos. What do you eat? You eat tacos.
食べる
Taberu. Oh, there it is. Bleeding. And did this get shortened? I think this got shortened, right? Does that look okay? Shoot, ketsu. Yeah, shoot, ketsu. Shoot, ketsu.
Shukketsu
Oh, shukketsu. Yeah, shukketsu. Mokse.
木星
Chikaku. Whoops. Ga.
近く
Chikaku. Ah, this is still she.
し
Uchi? Oops. Oh, this is inside pocket, right? We made a note about that too. Yakai. This is society. I don't think there was anything special about this, right? Just make sure it's not backwards.
社会
Shakai. Okay, shakai. And this is uchi. I think we're using uchi, right? This is a standalone. Uchi paquetto. Uchi paquetto. Yeah. Uchi pocketto. I said paquetto. Pocketto. Pocketto.
内ポケット
Pocketto. I think Chikaku. We're okay with Chikaku being. I think Chikaku is fine with close or near. Oh wait, it might actually not be okay. Let's stick with near, right? Near is the base. And then there's like vicinity, shortly, neighborhood as well. I don't actually think close is one of them. It isn't. Is it close enough though? Lack of a better word. What did I use close for? Chikai. I don't even remember anymore. Did Chikai have close? Did I even get Chikai yet? I don't even know if I have Chikai. You know what? I'm gonna add close. And nearby, there is a little bit of. There's gonna be another word that comes up as well, like Yoko. That we'll have to negotiate in the future. Fine. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Elephant. What was this? A pig is in prison for putting a stick in his mouth trying to be an elephant because elephants hated it or something. Nannichi.
何日
体内
Nice. Here we go. This is the jet. This is the fat jet. That takes you to the end. I mean, what do you do at the end? You pull up a mat. Matsu and sit and chill at the end of the world. They Ko use earth, but fine. Okiku. The largeness or the bigness, and where was the O coming from? Like, oh, it's really big or something. I don't know any other way.
大きく
What was it? Just use the read as we know it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, in a big way. Oh, right, in a big way. Yeah. In a big way. On a grand scale. I gotta make sure because it's an adverb. I gotta be careful about that. I might get that wrong in the future. Or, like the... It's an adverb, not a adjective. Big jet. The fat jet is the end. I think it was just keys. Did I add any synonyms? No, I didn't add any synonyms either. In a big way. On a grand scale. In a big way on a grand scale. Nothing comes to mind. I guess in a big way is fine. Was this to think about something? Pretty sure this is to think about something. To think is something else, right? Although, I don't think it's just to think about. But did I add something? To give thought. Oh, it's transitive. So, yeah, it's transitive. So let's add an object. To consider something, to give thought about. Largely because I will have a habit of adding something over time because of the way they're doing it. So we just gotta cover our bases here. Let's see. One-san. Because our older sister's a horse, apparently.
お姉さん
Oh, what the heck was this? Oh, wait. This is Napoleon the Third, right? I don't know what the deal was with this. Napoleon Sun. Oh, it's for Sun, more or less.
ナポレオン三世
Sanse. Napoleon Sanse. You're so sheep. What was sheep again? Hitsuji. Hitsuji. Okay.
外国
Gaikoku. Yeah.
羊
Hitsuji. What was it again? Imagine a sheep fighting with Jesus. Oh. That is it. In the stomach with its fist, then hits him with a horn. Yeah, I guess that's not much to it. It's just hitting him. You just gotta imagine it. Napoleon. Angaeru.
考える
Kangaeru. Oh no. It was like the sun in the center reflects. Yes, the sun in the center reflects, and a an acorn. Do we use energy? Actually, I'm kind of curious if they added spirit. Okay. Fine. Oh no. Stop that. Mortality.
Shibou.
People. Natsu was weird. It was like something leaves, like weird leaves grow in the winter. I don't know. Why was this Natsu? A knot. Oh my goodness. What do you do during the summer? You tie knots. And yeah, Natsu. Yikes. Yikes. So it's attach. Hmm. Yeah, Zennichi. Oh, what? The Zen and Nietzsche? I feel like Zen. Oh, Zenjitsu. But what does Zen do? Zens? They have Jitsu and Nietzsche, right? And Nietzsche. Oh, wait. That's not Zen. That's, Centaur. Two centaurs, right? Zenjitsu. And it means the other day. Not necessarily yesterday, but the other day.
先日
Senjitsu. This is reflect. Kyoku.
曲
Kyoku. Oops. Here's the other day. You're attaching something. You're attaching things. King village. Without it, there's no D. Without D, there, a reason is what you can't have reason without D, right? And a king is without his village. Wait. The reason. No, wait. It's something. Oh, is it still reason? The the mnemonic is like you can't have the king, the reason. Do I have two reasons? I think I have two reasons. That's why it's confusing. Because the other reason is cross, right? Cross, mouth, you, right? You. And now we have reasons again because the reason the king exists is the village. And you can't have reason without D, right? So we have two reasons in the same group. Intriguing. That's probably why I couldn't figure out one and figure out the other one yesterday. Nishi.
Nishi.
Kakaku?
Kagaku.
Kagaku. Oh yeah, Kagaku. This is the new main character, right? Satsuki. That's it. Sword scooter, running around. Sword scooter cutting out your area. Miyataru. Oh, when you see something is to be found, right? Or to find, to be found. Because you're seeing something correctly, right? Miyataru. Okay, this is still science. Lively. Personal. Lively. This isn't personal life, is it? This is personal life. What else could it be? Shisho? No. De. Katsu. Katsu. I don't. No change. Yeah, Katsu. Katsu. Personal life. Early. What was the foot thing? The heck was the foot thing? Once you kick something into ash. I need an example, right? Think of a coon example. Could help. Or not a coon, an own example. What was this used? Oh, it was used in ankle recently. Oh, but is that different? Ah, that might be different. Oh yeah, that is different. No, we can't use it as ankle. Oh, this one's weird. There are verbs. Do we have verbs using this? I'm sure we... Oh, no, but verbs is coon as well. The heck? Yeah, I can't remember something that I used this in. But the mnemonic is sock, right? So, soku. I remember the mnemonic for this, but I don't remember using it. Now I gotta know. But... Oh, shortage. Oh, it was used not for foot, but for shortage. That's right. Soku. That's right. In the context of not being enough, insufficient. Although, that's the only one. We only have one, right? Yeah. Soku is the only one. All the other ones use the kun read. Jeez. Soku. I would explain it. I'll explain why I don't remember when example vocabulary. Jeez. Shi se katsu.
私生活
Shiseikatsu. Sounds about right. Shiseikatsu. To be found. Sword area hen. Ah.
Hayai
Ayai. Not that. Car. Car. Oh. Circumference. Village. Okay. Funinki. Ne?
不人気
Funinki. Funinki. Life that is lively is still life. Unpopular. Oh, lively use. This is utilize, right? This was a little contentious. or how well I would remember this. This is like to use in the sense of having utility, right? Or practical uses. Oh, and this was used for conjugation later. No changes. No shortness as well. Katsuyo. Right? Katsuyo.
活用
Katsuyo. Within the year, so was that like whole year? Within the year. Nennai. Or was that I don't know, we had a Nenchu. I feel like that was, I'm getting two things confused now. By the end of the year? Got the choice of be by the end of the year. By the end of the year or within the year. I can't think of any other. In the year, I say it's probably by the end of the year. Oh wait, that seems kind of long. I don't know, let's just say within the year. Oh, it is by the end of the year, before the end of the year. And they accept it within the year. Okay. So what is the other one? The whole year? The whole year might have been Nenchu? We're gonna have to look into that. It's gonna come up soon. I think it's in the same set. Right? What? I'll have to look it up before it happens because I have no idea. Okay. Niking. This is not bed, floor. Oh wait, it can be bed too. Nennai?
年内
Seikatsu? Shokatsu. Seikatsu. Oh, actually, this can only be seikatsu, right? Because I don't have any other reads. Any other own reads? Seikatsu sounds a little bit sus. But I think we're fine. I don't think of any other.
生活
Seikatsu. Is this just like you know the words already? Yeah. You know the reads already. Okay. We're gonna type practical use because that one I remember. I can't spell practical use. Okay. But utilizing. I don't know how much I like utilizing. Verbal noun. This is really floor. So yuka. Mise.
店
No idea. Mise. What is the mise? Missing? Oh, missing. To fix right. To fix correct. How to correct something, right? Like not to correct, but to make right. Or to make correct. Or to reorient it. This one to fix so that it's correct. It's not repair. The heck? What happens if I use the read? What is the read? I think this is where they use Jiki? No. Oh yeah. This is where they use the two lesser reads, right? Shojiki. Shojiki. The shogun making jiki jiki noises. Honest. This is honestly. Right, TBH. Honestly. So shojiki.
正直
Shojiki. What happens when it's not Jet? Jet turns into what? What the heck does Jet turn into? So what is it about a Jet? Oh, are we there yet? Right, are we there yet? And what was about the kid? Me? Me. But are we there yet? What does that have to do with the jet? it's going as fast as possible. Something about going as fast as possible. Oh, are we there yet? As in not yet. Not yet. We are not there yet. Not yet. And then it's me. Yes. And this one is to make right, or to... Oh, I had it. I had it earlier. Honestly. Yes, honestly. And emote is the
妹
emote wing street. Oh wait, district, right? District of a town. And that, no change. Chome, right? Chome. And this is ori, oridasu.
取り出す
Which is to take out, to pick out, right? To pick out something. Or to take out. Chome.
丁目
Chome. To pick out. I think it also accepts to take out, right? Yeah. I feel pretty okay about this. And then the other one is take out. I didn't add any synonyms. Okay. To get out? No. That might be a little meh. That's a little meh.
本当に
本当にいい。Sengetsu. Last month. I'm so wary about this character now that I don't know anymore. Sengetsu last month, right? This is revolving around. So they were saying previously rotating around, and I changed this up a little. Did I change? So we have tip, right? Tip, future, early. Oh no, tip, first, future, begin, next to revolve or rotate. Oh, what was the other? Return. Oh, no, not to return. Was it to return? Time? Okay, it deals with time. Son of a bee sting. It deals with time. How did it deal with time? So first, right? I said something about like first, and then to revolve, so arriving ahead. Yes, arriving ahead, but now I've got to think about the read. This read are two separate things. So, Saki. So Saki. Saki Mawari, right? Saki Mawari.
先回り
And then this is like going ahead, anticipating, arriving ahead. Are we still using front for this? Yes. And wakeru. Okay, wakeru is not wakaru, right? It's very unrelated. And then it has something to do with points. Oh, this is the score thing. Oh, no, wait. This is not the score thing. I was asking myself this score. This is to make them into parts, right? So to divide something. Yeah, like make them into parts. Shonen. Ne? Small things. Shogun likes small things. Or few things. Wait. We're using the Shogun thing, right? Shonen is still youth. I don't think it can be anything else. Say? No, there's no say in this. There's also shiku. Hoshi? No. Definitely shonen. And I don't know whether they accepted youth or not. They probably accept youth. Poor boy.
少年
Man, just found out your videos yesterday. Been enjoying this WaniKani series so far. You're also on 50 or 60? Nice. How do you like it? How are you doing? And gets it. And gets it.
先月
This is my mine in front of me. You love the mnemonic, so it makes it fun. Ah, yeah. 50 to around the same amount of time. What may I ask? What are your motivations to learn Japanese? Gonna go through the ropes.
前
I fronted before. What did I say this was? Arriving ahead. Wakeru. You don't think you could learn kanji, TBH? Why is that? Why is that? What makes you think that? You love Japanese music and Japan in general, so why not? That sounds great. And enough for me. Oh, you mean without mnemonics? Yeah. What do you consider what do you consider mnemonics? Have you used mnemonics before? Like I guess I would ask you first, what do you consider as mnemonics?
分ける
You mean for the radicals? That's understandable. Like I so what would you consider? The official ones are weird. Yeah, I guess what I mean is have you used anything when you were learning? What was it? How did you learn originally? If you like what do you typically do when you're learning something or trying to memorize something? Do you use no form of mnemonics whatsoever? I mean, like, I need to know what you actually consider are mnemonics first. You made up your own usually? Okay. So is there a reason why you're using WaniKani as opposed to what like can you give me an example of a mnemonic? What you would consider as a mnemonic? Right? I mean, the system is that WaniKani uses is present in a lot of other resources. So I'm often curious if you're already making your own mnemonics. I'm not entirely sure why you selected WaniKani. You mean any sort of picture in your head or something that rhymes or is similar to help you understand? Yeah. So it's interesting that you already have the tools to learn kanji or the radicals, and you feel like you wouldn't be able to learn without them. I would agree with that. I mean, generally speaking, mnemonics come in many shapes and forms, and by how you're describing it in general, then that's pretty much everything, right? Interesting. How'd you come across I imagine you probably encountered other people using Anki or something like that as opposed to WaniKani. Why WaniKani? Yeah, and not having to make up your own and remember the ones you made. Yeah, you tried Anki? How did that work out? Kiritoru.
切り取る
Paul. This is the lid. I'm gonna shut Ko up. I'm gonna shut Ko up. You still use it on the side, and you're on the Mikaku train. I see. Sounds like you're bouncing between things. That's nice. Of a multifaceted. How long have you been working on your Japanese? Yeah, sounds like you're covering the. I imagine then you probably are considering Boon Pro or something like that on the side as well. For the last 2 months, mostly just WaniKani. I see. It sounds like you're in the exploratory phase of. Is this your actually? Do you speak other languages, or is this your first foray into a secondary language, or maybe a tertiary language? Have you learned a language before? And in what way, if you did? Not really. You speak decent Spanish. What is how did the Spanish come about? What did you do for Spanish? How did that work out? Let's see. Fixco. Fixco. Oh, it's like a fix in transportation. Fixed transportation means Fixco is more like direct, like fixed. Direct. So direct and non-stop, right? Choku. Cho. Oh. Why was it? Oh. You lived in Costa Rica as an exchange student for a year. Ah, I see. With a Costa Rican host family. You will say you were amazed at your gift of gab, though. Not a bad thing, but it is certainly a skill. A gift of gab. I'm guessing gab is a euphemism for yap. I can talk a lot. Well, that's kind of the idea of live streaming. That's I don't usually talk when I'm not streaming. Not a bad thing. Well, I certainly hope it's not a bad thing. I wouldn't qualify my conversations as gab. You're not saying this as negative? I'm certain that's what you said. Yeah. But I would like to think that one expectation is to be able to be conversational when you're doing live things. At least that's the standard I set for myself. As opposed to your classical withdrawn, non-social but social presence type of thing. It's interesting how you can do like an hour tangent, that's all. Constructive writing, creative writing. Spend a lot of time in formal education. They're not tangents per se, they're relevant pieces. So I come prepped with relevant pieces each and every day. Yeah, I'm an instructor most of my life, and I usually give seminars and public speaking back when I was still on a career track. So not the same. Yeah, that's kind of what I set a basic standard for myself. I think the internet does a lot of passive learning and passive speaking, and plenty of shared experiences, but generally speaking, the level of language competency and the ability to wield languages and in conversational speech, speech in general, is largely at an all-time low, or perhaps a downward trend due to the convenience of technology circumventing the need for human conversation skills. So I set myself out 6 years ago to do that. Do I listen to any Japanese music by chance? I do listen to Japanese music for quite some time now, since I was 5 years old. It definitely went through phases as much as my Americanized music and Chinese music. and Spanish music. Who are my favorite artists? It's just due to recency. That's a very common logical question. Favorite artist is due to recency. So right now I listen to Yorushika, Sakana Action, and Zutomayo, Yoasobi, Radwimp, Bump a Chicken, occasionally like Asian Kung Fu Generation. I don't know if they're releasing too much now. Sambo Master. I recently started listening to Creepy Nuts, of course, because of Dan Da Dan and Mashli and the like. Sakana Action is probably the lesser popular of the Okay, I did headbang a little bit to recently. Maximum the Hormone is coming out of retirement, sort of. They're boring again and making stuff, so Maximum the Hormone from like Death Note. Dan Da Dan, yeah, it's quite lovely. What other Japanese music recently? You love J-Rock and J-Metal too? Well, Maximum the Hormone is new metal, right? Japanese new metal, and I quite like their eccentricity ever since Death Note. They recently did a collab with what's that group? The dancing group. I kind of like their music too. They also Riol would be another one that's related to that. I forgot their name. Oh yeah, Atararashi. Yeah. Atarashi Gakko. Gakko is that group. Yeah, and they recently did a collab with Maximum the Hormone, and that's where I'm like, oh yeah, MTH is gonna make start making music again. I think that's like my first introduction to new metal. There are like there are smaller ones like polka dotted stingray. Polka dotted stingray or polka dot stingray. I don't remember how they type set their name in English. Bandmates. I'm thinking of like female bands. I mean, next to baby metal, right? Like the low, like smaller niche groups. But I think I listen to Yorushika. I listen to soundtracks more often than I listen to vocal music. So I play video games, right? So Japanese video games have Japanese soundtracks, right? Yeah, polka dot. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Polka dot stingray. Yep. Also, Japanese beatboxers like Jairo. Jairo recently, I think they won their second consecutive beatbox world championship, and I think they just recently released a EP of their stuff. They're a duo Japanese beatbox group. They do some singing as well, but yeah. Suiz has a divine voice indeed. Very powerful yet delicate. Very delicate voice. Along with all your new wave hip hop singers, right? Hip hop singers with like instrumental background. So Zutomayo and Yoasobi are in the same category as what I forgot. Ayase and Enbuna are the composers of the Yoasobi and Yorushika respectively. Very similar types of relationship. That's awesome. How'd you get Zutomayo tickets? Like, are you going to Japan, or is Zuto coming to where you are? Are you in Japan? I still find it difficult to pick up Japanese lyrics. I mean, I can't pick up English lyrics, so that's I'm a person who gets too caught up with pitch, like timbre, like the musicality of sound. So it's very difficult for me to pick up lyrics while being overwhelmed with sound. I more have a background in music than I have in language. So most of the time when I'm listening, I'm more preoccupied with the person's singing, the singing, the vocalization, and then the instrumentation. And it takes me a very long time to pick up the lyrics. So let alone, I can't even do it in my native languages, let alone do it in a target language. I usually read lyrics to find out afterwards. Zuto's most songs are still written by the lead singer. Yeah, Akane. Yes, I'm seeing them in Japan in 2 weeks. Nice. Well, that sounds amazing. I'm excited for you as well. Still finally opened this year lottery for their tour to Westerners. Ah, and you were lucky enough to win some tickets? Yo, congratulations. A lot of the lyrics are very poetic. Yeah. Yep. Like, if you put an English hip hop song in front of me, I'm like, okay, the word order is very alien to me. So that can be very. I spent a lot of time specializing in different types of English, for example, and writing song lyrics are not within my grasp of practice. I haven't really practiced that too much. Yorushika has probably the most depressing lyrics of all them. They do. Yeah, Yorushika is deep cuts. And I actually like I prefer that type of lyric writing. Like things that deal with lost, being invisible, coping, um uh the silver lining in the worst situations, feeling drift, loved ones not seeing you, that kind of thing. I am a fan of that. I do like also American, like English folk, which sings most about that, like depression, having a tough time, alcohol abuse, like things like that, because it's so powerful and it's very powerful music. Lakana Action has some pretty depressing songs too. They sound nice though, but they're pretty depressing. One of my favorite songs deal with living life in a loop. Like trying to break out of life's looping grind. You know, Japan's good at having a song sound very happy, yet the lyrics being about depression or dealing with loss. Yeah, genre music tend to have that type of contrast most of the time. Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's just Japanese, but yes. Oh, like Study Me from Zutomayo. Yeah. All about breaking out of the Groundhog Day, indeed. And obviously it's felt really internalized in the Japanese work culture, right? Work culture is a big thing that creates that semblance of trapped in a loop. So how did I so back to this. How do I interpret this? Do you play video games at all? Have I heard of Hanabi-e? I don't think so. If they have a popular song, I might have heard it. Oh, no worries. That's what I do. That's what I stream for, right? Again, I tend to try to juggle both of them. Definitely check them out. I know of something that reminds me of Hana. B, but not Hanabiye. Hana. Oh, with a period. Intriguing. I am not familiar with this group. I know of a group that is like this, though. And the question is, if I go to their channel, will it be... Oh, I know which group that reminds me of this group. Hagane. Hagane is what I'm thinking of. Largely because of a lot of the pictures I'm seeing now. Hagane is it? Yeah. And then Bandmaid would be the one that I would think of. Bandmaid would be the one that I would lump in with this group of... So interesting. Anabie with a period. I'm not sure if we belong to the same generation, so hear me out here. It's been I listened to Japanese for a really long time now, so like we're talking about like Gakto, Elark and Seal times, like even times when Elark and Seal actually visited the United States, kind of thing. So we're going really far back, like Ayumi Hamasaki, and like when Utada Hikaru was coming up, and when J-pop was the main attraction, and J-pop was the only thing that you could find outside of Japan, until like the Japan's like trending culture exploded to the point where you can find like indie rock and stuff on the internet. I was like, back in the day, the closest thing you can get is like TM Revolution or something off of like a Gundam series intro. Or like the Pokemon theme. Well, you've only been listening to Japanese music for about 3 years? No, but you've been discovering a lot more of the retro groups now? Ah, yeah, like what was TM Revolution's... Oh, you know, here's some male ones, right? We've been talking about female ones quite a bit. Green Apple, Mr. Green Apple is pretty basic, middle of the road, right? Radrims is now like the characteristic middle of the road next to Bump of Chicken and whatnot. But I do like indie rock quite a lot, like Sambo Masta. But there's like middle of the road, like... Oh, you know what's a good one that's different? What is it? It's Dako and something. Is it Daiko? Yeah, Daoko. Daoko, is it Daoko? I think she did things like Nico Nico Doga stuff. Yeah, Daoko. Daoko is pretty interesting singer. I think she collabs with a lot of people. So she's like the type of hip-hop rapper kind of singer, but she collaborates with the instruments. So like Suiz, right? The way Suiz sings and the way Zuto Mayo sings, like the group, the singer is hip-hop like. So lots of times you see these names like featuring Suiz from Yorushika and stuff. So Daoko is also one of them. I think she's relatively new. 1997. What does that make her? A Gen Z? Yeah, she's definitely a Gen Z. I really enjoyed the mix. Let me type it. I look for vocalists. I think Japanese has this really wonderful blend of having vocalists just go around, and then you have composers. And Some of the song is fantastic. She appears and she's like a feature artist. Or oh, epic. We gotta keep also include the epic composer. What is it? What is his name? Oh no. The guy who makes everything sound epic. And he always has the one singer too. Suzuki? Oh no, Suzuki is such a plain name. You can't. What's his name? Hiroyuki? Oh no, he makes everything epic. Oh, Sawano. Yeah. Hiroyuki Sawano, right? Yeah, Hiroyuki Sawano. And his the female singers that he have in his piece are choice, and they are often bilingual. They are often bilingual singers, and they tend to be female. But Hiroyuki Sawano, let me type that out. So you probably hear, if you watch like anime and stuff, you probably encountered some of his stuff. But he's a composer, and he does like the epic stuff. Your throw in pianos and throw in violins and stuff. And most of his singers, the singers he feature are female singers. I noticed that you named a bunch of female singers, so if there's anyone who makes have really strong female singers, this guy he's collaborated with so many really epic, strong female singers. And if you ever watch, if you're into anime and whatnot, most of the epic battle grand shows tend to have a song featured by Sawano Hiroyuki. Yeah, I haven't talked about music in a bit. Nice. Other than that, video game soundtracks. I just recently finished playing Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. That game is tri-dubbed, so it has English, Chinese, and Japanese versions of the same song. So that is also why I'm learning the 3 languages. Just curious, what method do I use to memorize kanji prior to WaniKani? I didn't really use any methods per se. Like a Dragon. So the most recent Like a Dragon, which was released a few weeks ago. I keep up with the Like a Dragon series, the Yakuza series, if outside. And those games are tri-dubbed in everything. Like the content itself is tri-dubbed. So we use it as a form of, I guess, immersion at this point. What did I use prior to it? I didn't really. I used I tried a different thing. I still use Duolingo Japanese, right? Like my experiment. This is more of a social experiment. So, what did Duolingo Japanese do for me? 850 characters, 6,000 vocabulary words, and maybe JOPT 5 to 4 grammar points. It hasn't been long. It's only been 1 year. I've been doing this for 1 year. Most of the time I just listen to Japanese and listen to Chinese programming. I consume it, but since I was born, but I don't. How much Duolingo do you know prior to? I was illiterate. I was illiterate in both Chinese and Japanese, actually. I couldn't read anything. That was a year ago. WaniKani, we're still playing catch up right now. However, I like to learn different ways to reinforce foundations and stuff. So I would say 70 to 80% of what I encountered in WaniKani now up to this point is review at the moment. is still review at the moment. Yeah. Duolingo is meant to cover, grain of salt, it's meant to cover JLPT 5 through 4. So up to 4. Occasionally there'll be like 3 or 2 vocabularies somewhere, kind of like what WaniKani is doing. Only you have to double down on constantly constructing sentences as opposed to explicitly doing it this way. 5 to 10 minutes a day. I see. That's pretty much what Duolingo is. The design philosophy by it is 1 lesson a day. That's kind of, dabbling here and there. And then I manually look up the grammar, right? I like doing it that way so far. So I adapt to whatever. This year is WaniKani and Hanzahiro for Japanese and Chinese. Last year was Duolingo, and I'm still doing that juggled in a way. And in 2 days, I'll be starting Duolingo Spanish for a different project. I kind of mapped this all out in some way already. Yeah, so we are going to do Duolingo Spanish soon in 2 days. Seems like a fun project. Yeah, there are quite a lot of projects going along, but it's all in a big scheme of things, right? Big scheme of things. Most of this stuff has been planned 5 years in advance already. Español es fácil. Un poco. Perhaps a little bit different from Eastern language, right? I do have a background in Spanish from former education, so I went from the least familiar to the most familiar. Since I'm raised in the United States, usually statistically you are more likely to pick up Spanish like in an educational setting. So I did pick up Spanish in an educational setting. Yeah, I haven't gone back to the first learned language education wise. English is technically my second language, but it is for all intents and purposes my preferred common language. And then I speak a dialect at home, a dialect of Mandarin, which I refer to as Fujianese. Do you happen to want to continue pursuing all of the language stuff? I don't know how are you in education, or what are your plans other than being super excited for visiting Japan soon? This is Choko, right? Yeah.
Choco.
Choko. Jonin, so we're gonna go with probably boy as well. Cody.
Find
No.
a Japanese waifu smile.
Find a Japanese waifu. Wait, is that what you're going for? That's what your goal is now at this point. It would be interesting to watch you do a italki lesson to see how well your 300 days of Duolingo has helped you conversationally. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen so anytime soon, largely due to copyright. Like having consent, right? So, someone mentioned that someone else offered that as well. Talked about italki. The next phase in this whole thing is LLM use. So we'll be doing large language model and RPing at some point soon. all of this typically involves being able to do what I'm doing with video games and stuff, only have the flexibility of going back and forth in using the target languages. Have you tried italki lessons? You're going down a lot of lists of buzzwords right now. Yeah, italki would be the next one. ChatGPT would be another buzzword. What do we got? Satori readers or graded readers, for example, like comprehensible input. And then there's your favorite podcaster, I guess. And Boon Pro. Definitely Boon Pro is probably in the discussion. You've done a few? Oh, how did that go? I know of one other person who talked about italki, and they were pretty positive about it. But you found out it was too early in your Japanese learning to be useful? I see. I don't think I will end up like really seeking that kind of service. Maybe out of curiosity once or twice, but generally speaking, this is where I want to be. So when I'm connecting to people, I'm not connecting to going to be real with you, right? Like, we have to talk about the statistics here. The likelihood of a Japanese native interested in someone who's multilingual is actually very low, a lot lower than you might think. And most of the time, it is people who are multilingual. So what I'm doing now is to be readily available and having the competence of speaking to other multilingual people. And this is a little different from a Japanese person who can speak English but prefer not to speak English. I like interacting with people who are traditionally multilingual. Not multilingual sort of with a preference for a common language. Unfortunately, I don't have another language that other people use, so that's what we're working on now. You mean all the teachers are great, easy to connect? I imagine, yeah. I just thought as a video content, it would be interest. Yeah, I don't think you can record those things unless you have the consent of the other person. I think there's also a concern about people redistributing italki people's materials. It's also why I chose WaniKani. WaniKani does not have that limitation. Also, Duolingo does not have that limitation. So a lot of the whole thing about streaming live content and making commentary on live content deals with fair use and or copyright. Like, for example, I would love to read a Japanese book online, right? And one of the things you could read are ancient books, like old style books. However, that's way beyond my comprehension right now, so can't really do that right now. We can't read graded readers because they're copywritten, and also I can't do a lot of popular things. So a lot of things that people like when you said you like the transcriber, right? MAKU. MAKU is great as a tool. You can still use the publicly accessed stuff, like public domain stuff, to translate and learn from. However, most people engage MAKU with copywritten material, so can't do that on stream. You'll get bopped, or you're likely to get bopped. So that's kind of one of the situations. Another thing I could definitely do in the future, if it's like a possibility, is the one way to get around this stuff is sponsorships. That's pretty much the one place that you're like, oh yeah, okay, we can do this for that limited time. However, as you can see, I don't do things for like 1 month. I do things for like years. The longest thing I've done that's still ongoing is 11 years old. So, I tend to focus on things like habit formation, consistency, and quality of life stuff. So, um, the thing that I've done the most in my life is spending 22 years in formal education. So until something even comes close to that, usually a year or two is not too bad. A year or two is not too bad. Yeah. Discipline, due diligence, habit formation, right? That's kind of my jam. So WaniKani is going to be 2.5 years. Yeah, more or less. And then Duolingo has a logistical end as well. The Chinese course already ended. Japanese is probably going to have another 1.5 years-ish. In what way can you learn a lot from me? Well, for the record, a disclaimer, I the way people will pick up anything from me is through implicit learning, right? Basically, like you stare and I hope you get inspired and then do your own thing and then we share our experiences. I would be very uncomfortable to say that I'm here to deliberately educate anyone, largely because I would have to do it professionally. And being a streamer and a content creator, there is no vetting process for that. Like, habit formation, dedication, discipline. Interesting. Do you feel like you don't have a grasp of those already? It kind of sounds like you do. May I ask, what do you do now? I haven't introduced myself. Let me offer some background. I am in a privileged position, Dragon. I've worked arguably, relatively speaking, I have spent most of my early life working as hard as I can possibly work at the expense of my well-being, like my mental health, because I was young. I like working. Like I loved working. um Very much so. And now I'm in a privileged position in which I don't actually work professionally anymore. I might still in the future, but currently I do not, and it's been that way for the last 6 years. So I want to make that clear so that I don't give a false impression that I'm somehow juggling. You're an airline pilot. Well, that's amazing. What the heck? I haven't actually ever spoken to an airline pilot. I usually do the bare minimum to get by. I see. Not saying you don't do a good job, but you won't go above and beyond. Well, airline pilots, airline pilots are wage earners, right? So it's incredibly pragmatic if you don't go above and beyond. I mean, I understand that sounds kind of cold and whatnot, but that is what it is, right? When you're a wage earner, at least I don't think airline pilots are salarymen, right? Oh wait, I mean the other way around. Sorry. Are you a salary owner or a wage owner? I feel like wage owners tend to have salary. Yeah, sorry. I got my terminology backwards. I meant to say salary. Because salary you're not necessarily incentivized, right? When you have a salary, you're not incentivized to go above and beyond. It's on the employee to get paid the same regardless, right? So there's a fine line. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. And then wages might have some incentive to go above and beyond, largely due to more time equals more money, that kind of thing. Some pragmatic things, but yeah, a salary for sure. Interesting. Pilot, airline pilot. Do you enjoy flying around? Wow, so you don't stay, do you usually stay put? I don't know anything about how airline pilots work. I imagine you're a very mobile person. Oh, you can. Oh, interesting. How does that work? It's a nice challenge, but your love for flying has faded through the years. I can understand that. That's understandable. Um, what can I say about that? Um, having your passion or like your love be distilled by complacency through the repeated action of a habit does kind of make things colorless, right? And it certainly, I wouldn't really know where to begin since I don't know anything about being an airplane pilot, but I would have to say studying a language can end up feeling like that sometimes, or with given enough time. Yeah, we can make almost double if you want to pick up a lot of flying. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize the salary was flexible for some. You can get a minimum guaranteed salary of a certain amount of flying hours, regardless if we fly. But you can go over number. Wow. I honestly, I haven't worked for a salary long enough. I've been in like 3 or 4 positions that dealt with stipends and salaries, and generally those are just locked in largely because I was inexperienced at first, right? I'm not that old, but I am old enough to have been around, and I still remember most of that is like you work as hard as you can. Obviously, I'm the guy who loves the job, so you'll they'll I'm more that guy that, hey, make sure he goes home or else workers comp is not going to cover if he gets injured on the job kind of guy. So to give you a little context, I'm that guy that people need to kick out of their workplace because they don't want to get into a problem with workers comp if I get injured on the job. And we're talking about like not doing hard labor or anything, and just talking about being in the lab when you're not supposed to be in the lab kind of deal, because I just like working, and working in the sense of I've been in mostly education, like research in general, not anything that I would accidentally slip on something, or well, you can, I guess you can slip and do things because you're tired and whatnot. You make like 160k not flying anything over your minimum last year, but guys who choose to go all the way make 400k. Oh, I have never received a paycheck that big before. You're on a whole different spectrum when it comes to being paid. Yeah, interestingly enough, my life has taken a very interesting turn. Yeah, I have always worked for minimum wage, or the phrase minimum wage. I don't think I've ever earned more than 30k a year of expendable income. Well, adjusted gross income. I don't think I've ever been paid more than 30k. Isn't it interesting, the contrast? I worked in education related things pretty much all my life, and let's just say, regardless of how well educated you are, that is not proportional and have any correlation with how much you get paid. I I imagine you probably have been exposed to all this before. Why are there a lack of teachers and professors? Because, well, not a lot. It's a very underappreciated there are no pragmatic incentives, nor are there mental and emotional incentives to be those. So hats off to all the professors and people who still work in academia. You don't have a college degree? Yeah. I mean, what I mean is it's probably not for you, right? I imagine you found out very early in life that college was not for you, but I guess you have a pilot license though. That is technically a form of after high school education, right? I imagine you went to get your pilot license. A pilot license is a specialized schooling. So pack on with things like automotive engineers, you know, you need automotive license, or like barkeep, right? Alcohol license. Those are technically professional. Yeah, those are professional post education professional things that you have to do. I would include them in a sense of degrees if you have license and certification. Going back, giving back is an emotional incentive. True. Regrettably, for pragmatic reasons, giving back is not sufficient to motivate individuals who get abused and neglected and demeaned for that position. I would love to say that education is filled with investment forward, and then that investment forward allows others to have sustainable lifestyles, but generally speaking, it does not. I would say maybe 60-40 in this case. We'll be like closer to middle, 60-40 when it comes to education. I mean, trying to be educational in general is not very popular, right? The last thing you want to tell someone in this generation is we could all learn a little bit from each other. That's probably not what the internet is reinforcing right now, behaviorally. So, may I ask, how often do you fly? I'm not great with planes. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not a frequent flyer. Me and planes are a pragmatic means of travel. You usually fly like 12 days out of the month. Oh, wow. Make me want to be a pilot. Kidding. If I had to pick a laundry list of my aptitudes right now, I would say flying is definitely not in the cards. Huh. Do you plan on continuing to be an airplane pilot, or are you looking to pivot in some way?
氷
Dai Zora. Dai Sora. No. This is the one with Ozora. Ozora. Travel benefits are nice to allow you to see a bunch of Japanese concerts. That checks out so much now, right? Knowing that you're an airplane pilot, that checks out so much. That sounds like such a convenient win-win situation. Lovely. No, at this point, all your eggs are in one basket. Oh, okay, okay. At this point, huh? Airplane pilot. Discovering things. Millennial? Dragon? Or maybe just shy millennial. You're too far in to do anything. Oh, now you sound like a millennial. Maybe even pre-millennial. Millennial, nice. Wow. Yeah, the moment you said, yeah, you're too far to do anything, yeah, that sounds like millennial territory. Well, hello there, fellow millennial. 87. I'm 87. 1987. So we can most definitely go back and reminisce about the 90s at least. You strike me as a very Americanized as well. So there's also that. I'm American, by the way. I'm American born. So despite the complexion, my parents are first generation. I'm second generation. So I'm an ABC, American born Chinese. Some might even say I might sort of represent the what is it? The proverbial yet elusive American dream, where you have two immigrants coming to the United States, hoping for bigger opportunities through an extended family network, and then raising two children, a son and a daughter, and they both managed to do post higher education careers for a time and then retire. We speak Fujianese. So Chinese makes up a family of languages, right? That includes Mandarin. And Mandarin itself have a lot of dialectic groups, and those dialectic groups are not mutually intelligible to each other. And the one language I speak with my parents is Fujianese. It sounds dramatically different. Like, for example, 我说的话 like 我说的话这是中文我讲你话是福州话 So the second one is Fujianese. The first one is Chinese, the Mandarin standardized one. And I'm also illiterate until recently in Mandarin, and Fujianese is not written. Yeah, it still uses like the characters per se from standard Mandarin, but I have no way of understanding how to write them. Yeah. There is no way to write dialects other than trying to mix and match the things. So the quickest way is to read Zhongwen and then use that to translate to the dialect. So you want to say Zhongwen. I actually don't even know how to say Zhongwen in Fujianese. Putonghua is the closest, which is the common tongue for Mandarin, and then Putonghua is the way, and it sounds similar because it's a proper noun. So proper nouns are the closest thing. And then other than that, Bob's your uncle. It's highly unintelligible to each other. Sometimes things can sound the same as well. They might slightly overlap, and they're way off in interpretation. Yeah, like 不客气, kidding. Bukochi is like you're welcome, it's not a problem, but kirang is for the same thing. Or like I don't know, daijobu. Daijobu is probably the closest for those. You could say, well, you're welcome, I suppose. But it's more like it's okay. Like kirang is also thank you. So arigato, right? Arigato kirang. 谢谢, right? 谢谢 kirang, arigato. So, so yeah, kirang and 谢谢谢了and 谢谢. Have you had the opportunity to speak to a native Japanese speaker since finishing my Duolingo project? I haven't finished it yet. But this is like the midpoint where we're staggering projects. There's still like a year and a half in the Duolingo Japanese one, but we had met a couple. We met a middle school student who I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they're 13 or 14. Yeah, 300 days. Yeah, we stopped at 300 days. It's gonna start up again in March. We met a middle school student. It was fun sort of talking to them, but I imagine like their school stuff's taken place, and you know, younger kids, they are exploring and you talk to them for like a week and then they're off to the races. There was one other who was in university, and occasionally they would pop in. Occasionally. They would type something and then they would I would read it and try to like do some phrasing, and then it was more like I use English and I read their Japanese, and then they try to understand my English while replying in Japanese. So that kind of thing happens more often, right? And the reason why is because you can't actually speak the other person. So one of the things that are very different from like heritage speakers, I like this phrase that someone used, so I'm gonna adopt this phrase. Heritage speaker. Heritage speakers are individuals who tend to hear better than they read a lot of times, and no, I can't do that. Voice is a very sticky situation. It would have to be arranged in advance, and because of the situation of how live streaming works, it would take a very long time, longer than a year, to form a professional relationship in which we would share voices, like in a setting, because I'm far more precautious about these things. Inviting random people to talk for the sake of talking is something that I don't find myself personally comfortable with, and other people being comfortable with. However, I did encounter some opportunities where I heard the other person speak, but not directly. Not directly. Most of the time, though, I don't plan on it. I don't plan on having direct conversation. This is the vehicle of my conversations. So I read texts, right? I read people typing in Japanese, read people typing in simplified Chinese or traditional Chinese, and most of my skills and time is dedicated to that. So if there's anything you'll probably see me do in the near future, is having a conversation with myself, right? My English, when I'm talking, I'm having a conversation with myself. Whether someone wants to chime in and ask a question, I'll be ready to answer those questions, but largely I will need to be able to read those things. And that's where WaniKani and Hanzahiro and all the other things that I'm doing are focused on that. Reading comprehension, and I have dialogues with myself. Or speak in a manner that I'm completely reliant on myself as a reference for speaking capabilities. Does that affect, like, if you're wondering how does that affect or potentially correlate with speaking to someone else in a language? Personally, the way I have learned language over my lifetime, it's not treated much different. I prioritize interpersonal communication first. And usually I'm less detached from the idea of thinking about what the other person says. Oftentimes I feel when people are learning, they need to learn how to talk to someone first, or haven't learned how to talk to someone first, and then exploring a target language in which they have to juggle what they're saying in their target language in addition to how to talk to someone and lead a conversation becomes a bit overwhelming. But I already have something that is very normalized that another person who's learning a language does not have, which is being able to talk to someone. So most of the time when I'm learning Japanese and Chinese, I'm already framing it in a way that I'm leading a conversation. So having in-person conversation in Japanese or Chinese is not one of my main goals, I guess. No, probably not. However, I wouldn't see it as a big obstacle. I think this is where me and a lot of people who learn a target language would largely do not understand each other, because my primary focus is conversations, regardless of the target language or not. And you might be thinking, well, you actually have to do it to do it. It's like, well, yes, I am doing it right now. Like, I tend to think about what I would say in Japanese and Chinese right now. You don't necessarily have to talk to another person if you understand how they behave and how they talk. Now, it still goes to reason to say that what I do on stream is not what I do off stream. So there are other things. There are other things I do off stream. I practice Japanese and Chinese most of the time off stream. What I am streaming or capturing is when I'm learning something. So I want to capture all my learning experiences, but in no way is it supposed to reflect what I practice. I write and speak out my days. So, for example, I would write passages in Japanese describing my day, my interest, my hobbies, and I would speak them, right? I would speak and write them, and I would do the same for Chinese. So when time comes when I have to like talk to someone and it's like, oh, hey, let me introduce myself, I've already know what I would naturally say in a conversation. And I like doing cultural studies, right? Studies in terms of what if I was in that position. I think most people learn language from not a communication or interpretive standpoint. They learn from a translational standpoint where they're learning the mechanics and the grammar of the language in order to finally get to a speaking capacity. I don't find that very attractive personally. I motivate myself to talk, if not to myself or to a surrogate other at some point, all along the way, because communication is most important to me. So I have a much more lean towards my reading sucks more than my speaking. Like if I had to pick a favoritism, my reading and listening and speaking are far more experienced than reading and writing. So most of the time when I'm writing, I'm also speaking. Yeah, it's interesting. It's a topic that I find truly fascinating when I started language learning. The most fun part about a language is often the part that everyone tends to say they lack, either because they're not motivated to do so, right? Either they're not motivated to do so, they find excuses, accessibility problems, and or social anxiety. That's often, or commonality, lack of commonality, social anxiety, inability to form and creatively speak or write in general, and lack of emotional awareness, right? Emotional intelligence is very low in very, very educated youth these days. Like, you can have someone who can tell me all 10,000 kanji or something, and yet they would speak to me as though they're not even speaking to me, right? You don't necessarily need to know 10,000 kanji or be able to read every manga or newspaper article in order to have a conversation with another person, in my opinion. Now, you do need foundational interpersonal communication skills, like how to form an idea. So when we go back to your earlier point about the ability to go on tangents or the gift of the gab, my argument is the gift of the gab is the skill I'm talking about, being a conversationalist. One does not necessarily have to be incredibly pompous or esoteric or incredibly intellectually gifted with a vast swath of knowledge in order to have a long, cogent, and agreeable discussion with someone. So that means that I can sound like a middle schooler, but then that middle schooler would still be appreciated for talking or being able to talk to someone by communicating their idea. There's no like, oh, I must have this vocabulary in order to feel safe and secure to express my thoughts. You can express a lot of things. A kid, a middle schooler would be able to communicate with you of their needs and expressions in various different ways that a high schooler would or a university student would, right? Provided you understand the roles, like the normative communication, nonverbal cues, and whatnot. I think one of the funny or more of the anecdotal exchange of experience that I had with other people is the culture shock. I don't even know if this is considered a culture shock. I think this is more of a communication shock. The idea of someone spending years learning Japanese and they were a little bit disappointed that when they went to Japan, they had trouble speaking because most of the things they used was from JLPT5. Largely because of the lack of environmental awareness or cultural context or communication context, right? What do you say most of the time? Well, most of your foundations that you learned well before, and you spent a really long time knowing all the intricacies and specialized vocabulary, and you don't use any of that. Yeah, no one wants to talk to you in Japan anyways. That's, what's funny about that? That is such a good punchline for knowing, like, having cultural awareness of how Japan in general have public conversations, right? And that's kind of what I mean, where if you're aware of these things, you're not as anxious anymore, right? Like, if someone says, aren't you afraid that you're going to be nervous and have problems communicating in Japanese that because you haven't passed JLPT1? It's like, no, I'm not. And if you get them drinking, you know what I'm going to be saying? Kanpai the entire time. Oh, sugoi ne. Like, oh, yatta. Like, if you're drunk, you're just gonna be yelling at each other. Like, what that's kind of what I mean by it is nerve-wracking. I think it's far more nerve-wracking when you're not used to having conversations with people. So what do? You learn more. You learn until you are less nervous with talking to people. Like native language, for example, English. Someone comes online, a random stranger comes in and says, hi, how are you? And then I would say something like, oh, I'm doing well. How are you? Are you up to anything? No response. And then fast forward a little 10 minutes, it's like, hey, this word in Japanese actually means this. You got it wrong. It's like, oh, well, hello to you again. Thanks. So if you're gonna contextualize how well people communicate online, I would say that stereotype template of interactions online would illustrate, I think, at least 90% of my interactions over 6 years plus of streaming. That is the line of type of conversation that you have with people, right? So before you learn another language, there are opportunities in which you can use your native language to inspire how you can say things in Japanese. Like often this might sound like it's supposed to be used like a well duh moment, right? Well duh moment. But I think, and it's not bad or good, I think it's a result. I think it's a result of the internet. Like, no one is intentionally and maliciously being not communicative, right? I think our conveniences have made it very acceptable. So, for example, when people talk, they no longer exchange pleasantries, right? Not even like, I understand that pleasantries vary, cultural boundaries, right? But they have their own nuances of acknowledging each other's existence. And some of them might surprise a lot of people because they are not interested culturally, but they might also not be interested in oral communication in general, but they see it as a means to an end. So, oh yeah, man, I really don't want to strike up another conversation with another person. I do it every day. That's my favorite part of the day. Like right now, what we're doing is my favorite part. Like, if I had to self-study and I'm not interested in talking with another person, I wouldn't stream it live. Now, this is very different from today's youth who believe that if they stream, they want people to hang out with them without ever talking to them. Right? So I want to make it clear, yes, it will probably be very uncomfortable to talk to me or interact with me, but I want it to be, in my opinion, I prefer that I know that someone who has anxiety and or problems communicating with someone else, that they have the opportunity to communicate with someone who is comfortable with communicating, as opposed to the internet cage that I feel that has been artificially created, where the less talking you do with another person is the most efficient way to get around needing that skill. Because in my opinion, if you're interested in learning another language, one of the biggest barriers, arguably, in my opinion, is going to be when you have to communicate with someone and you have no desire to communicate with someone, right? So if you have no desire to communicate with someone, in your native language, what are the chances that you're going to naturally form those sentences and words when you learn a new language? Probably not that well, because you don't even know what, like for me, what are the first things that I learned in Japanese and Chinese the moment they come up? How to ask questions. That's it. I wrote down a list of 50 to 60 common questions I ask every day. I've asked you 10 of them today. What are your motivations to learning Japanese? Right? なぜ日本語を勉強しました? Or はじめ, you know, like when you start, right? Or like, you know, 元気ですか? Right? Oh, そう。あなたはどこに住んでいます? Right? に住んでいますか? Like, currently, where are you living? That kind of thing usually is the very common thing. And when you know these common questions, if you talk to someone else, the nice thing about learning language is that if you have someone already talking to you, you can use it to find other things to say back, right? The downside of the way we learn here is that you're responsible for initiating something. If you don't initiate something, you won't get enough context to respond back. So when someone's just saying hi and you say hi back, it'll feel awkward because you're like, should I say something else? What else can I say? I haven't practiced. Well, you ask a question, right? But you haven't practiced that. Or journal writing. If you didn't write about your day, how your day is, how you feel every day in like Chinese or Japanese, it obviously would feel very awkward when someone asks you, oh, how's your day? And they're actually expecting an answer. And then you have to ask how their day is after you answer their question. Right? It's different from saying, oh, I know the correct phrase to say my favorite anime is a shonen that is broadcast at 9 p.m. each day. Do you like this show too? Wait, that's awfully specific. I mean, I would probably start by being able to ask, oh, what do you do on your free time? Right? Or something like that. Things like that goes a long way. And I don't think that takes 2 or 3 years of like very painstaking nuance to form communication. And then the rest is history, in my opinion. Not that I'm saying you shouldn't do these kind of things. I'm doing these kind of things to no. This is the first time I've ever self-studied. So this is already interesting to me. And also self-studying while live streaming. Yeah, it's also a barrier to only communicating through chat. Yeah, you hate typing yourself, to be honest. Interesting. Are you on a keyboard right now? A lot of us are just lazy too. You know what's the best cure for lazy? Making you interested. I think laziness is most strongly combated by getting someone interested. And first thing I would say is I would ask you a lot of questions. And then I hope that I can tackle that laziness, right? We started with music, which was fantastic because you asked the question and I respond with as much zeal as I can. And now we're having our long conversation, right? Just give me some emotes to spam. Yeah, I know, right? Emotes. I'd rather just talk, so I usually keep conversations short in chat because you don't like typing, but I've enjoyed chatting with you. Well, I appreciate that. I enjoy chatting with you too. I think, again, this routine of that apology, right? I'm sorry if you're derailing me. It's not, um, I'm sure you'll probably know, it's safe to assume this happens every single time. I double down on conversation. And I only talk to like one or two people every like 2 or 3 days. So, I either that or I continue doing this stuff and I do self dialogue and monologuing and whatnot. The monologuing is where I come up with all of these ideas. So, yes, tangents they may seem, but most of the conversations are rehearsed patterns. You will know, I feel it is incredibly obvious when I'm trying to improvise some of my conversation topics. Largely, they won't sound as though they make sense together. And a lot of stuttering and filler words would probably give it away. Here, though, the conversation we have are very, very well practiced. I might sometimes even try to lead the conversation a little bit, but I really appreciate your initiative for asking about music. Asking about music really, really did us have a very, very great icebreaker, if you will. Also, it does give it away that you do have a lot of experience in communicating with people. Does it make streaming more of a chore when no one joins the chat to chat with you? No. Not for me. Not for me. One of my primary goals is that this is implicit inspiration. It's for legacy building. I'm doing this for posterity. Otherwise, streaming is entirely optional, and chatting to other people is entirely optional. It gives me the opportunity to work with what I have. Yeah. And also it's not scalable. So if I had a conversation, which recently I have, if I had an extended conversation for 2 to 3 hours every single day, eventually it would be no longer scalable. So it's deliberately and intentionally set up in a way that from time to time I'm basically recording to give myself evidence and keeping myself honest in terms of how I study and how I interact with the occasional person. Right? It also means I talked about this euphemism or this metaphor before about happy dollars. Every day, when the stream goes off, I do as much as I can to accrue happy dollars. And these happy dollars are what I come on stream with. So you can argue if 10 people come and start talking, then the happy dollars are distributed amongst the 10. However, if one person comes on, then you get all the happy dollars. So how often do the occasional stranger who ends up being a little bit more intellectually inclined and also conversational usually ends up like this? It ends up being like 2 or 3 hour conversation, one in this format most of the time. Sometimes it can go as high as like 8 to 10 hour discussions. I don't even know where their day goes. Basically, it's when your techniques, tendencies to keep to keep me disciplined and habit forming techniques, yes, for my set goals, yeah. So most of this stuff is intentional, and I do hide the obvious fact that at some point I try to still relatively get the tasks done that was set for the day. However, it's very generous. It's very flexible. I do not stream when I do not have time for conversation. That's my bare minimum, my bottom line. I disagree, obviously. I have a conflict of interest with the normal expectations of live streaming and content creation. I'm sure that has become very obvious by the 300 days of Duolingo, in which each of the Duolingo sessions are like 4 to 5 hours long. And you can guess it. Half the time I'm not actually using Duolingo. Like, I'm not actually learning Duolingo. Half the time I'm yapping. As one of those kiddos, those Gen Zers, right? Gen Zs and Gen Alphas, a few Gen Alphas. To them, I'm the king of yap. But to me, it's my one skill set. It's one of my few skill sets. I think I have a specific amount, like 4 or 5 pretty solid skill sets that I specialize in. You mean 90% of the time? Yeah. On stream, yeah. On stream would be much more. Once the stream goes off, I don't say a word. Honestly, I write. I think in my head. I practice things, but I don't do this when the stream is off. And I consistently remind people that is the case for me, especially me. However, it is also the case for most content creators, right? How much they want to reveal about their daily activity is their choice that they make. For me, I am very, very, quote unquote, for lack of a better word that most people throw around, I'm very introverted. Unless I professionally have to do something. So I love teaching, regardless if I'm introverted. I love giving public speeches and seminars now. I used to despise them largely because I lacked the skills and practice experience to do so. Nowadays, we come on. If you want me to talk your ear off and make it sound not as boring as someone talking at you and telling you what you need to know, then I could do a pretty decent job on the spot. Right? At least as humbly as I can say. There's one thing that I can rest on, and it's my conversational skill. Like a job interview, for example. I had an anecdote. Here's an anecdote with someone else who they've reached the age, they're done with college, and they're looking to start the interview process for their job. And many of those questions, like you start thinking, oh, I hate interviews. Like, what if this thing happens? What if that thing happens? Yeah, my thought about that is, well, give me some time and let's talk about it. And oftentimes that leads to a lot of benefits, right? One of the benefits is that the interview is something that you can make up distance between the next person, right? There's the internet has this normalization of behavior where facts, things that are written, things that are measured, determines the value of a person quite substantially. Like, but what if most of that is normalized? Like, you know Japanese, I know Japanese, right? Okay, you happen to have JLPT 5 down, I have JLPT 5 down. So what are the differences between you and me? Well, one of the biggest differences is one person likes to talk and the other person doesn't. And on the landscape of the internet, I would be more willing to place my faith in someone who is able to communicate, to be overall successful in a human environment, than someone who is not, right? Especially when it comes to language learning. So one big giveaway, a great dead giveaway when it comes to taking advice from someone who believe they are great at teaching language is how well they communicate with you, regardless of your competence, right? So, hear me out. You probably have guessed, when I started with Duolingo, most of my interactions are with people who believe they are more competent in a language, and therefore they talk to you like you're ignorant, naive, and needing help, right? That is an exceptional red flag for those who are purely learning something, but it does not include communication. And that I discovered in spades. Like, at first I thought maybe it'll be a little different. Maybe it'll be a little different because we're not playing video games anymore, right? Sometimes I'm okay with that. Like, video games, competition, it's about who's better. Like, oh, I did it this way, you did it that way. You're usually talking at each other. You're like, I beat the boss this way. Which way did you beat? So you're talking at each other. You're sharing your experience. When you're talking about offering advice and you're like trying to get to know another person while teaching them how to say something, that actually involves active communication. So when you go around correcting people, do you feel like the people who are well spoken go around spending time correcting how people should say something? It's one of those things, like, I'm not saying that person does not have kind intentions. They are most definitely have kind intentions. However, it comes with an inexperience with interacting with someone. And one of the downsides, which would exist if I'm a person who didn't spend most of their life communicating, right? It would be a problem. I could see it very clearly when you use these products that they do not efficaciously, or even by design, they're not designed to help you overcome communication, right? That's when you do it at the end. The question is, does waiting very, very long for that, when you have tons and tons of knowledge, does that barrier get bigger? Or does it get lower? And there's no right answer, right? There's no correct answer for each individual. Or there is a correct, perhaps a filled answer for each individual, but not like a general answer. I misspoke there. A general answer. So if you're feeling like you're getting more and more nervous, the more you learn a language, and you continue to do it expecting it to go lower, that would be a cognitive dissonance. So when you see that, I would often say you might want to encourage yourself to engage in any form of dialogue, right? And then so on and so forth. There are tons of individuals who find the courage when they learn more knowledge. In my opinion, there are arguably just as many people who, with more knowledge, become even more and more nervous juggling that knowledge when interacting with another human being. So this is probably the one observation that I was actually somewhat surprised. I was expecting it to be a lot less frequent when it came to language learners, but no, it's pretty similar. So the internet is a very I've tentatively associate that with, because the internet exists. The internet de-incentivizes this type of behavior, regardless of if you're literally engaged with language learning. From your limited experience with watching language learning content and seeing others' comments, there does seem to be a lot of "this is the one exclusive correct way you must learn a language." Yeah. You do have to get going myself. Yeah, take care, Dragon. I figure we seize the opportunity and then exchange something, and then good luck with everything. I hope you enjoy learning Japanese. We can definitely try some of that Japanese out in the future and talk more about music. I'm gonna check out the Hanabiye, right? Hanabiye in this afternoon or this evening whenever I get done. Come up with some topics reflecting upon what we shared here today. Thank you for sharing, right? I hope everything's going well. And you maybe... Oh, and Nemophilia, huh? Alright. I got you. Yeah. Thanks for the suggestion. We got immediate icebreakers for next time. Obviously, no obligation, right? Take care of your life. Oh, Emophila. Oh, Emophila. Hold up. Not Leah. Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's a blue flower. I've realized. So, yeah, obviously no obligation. Hopefully your life is content and happy. Maybe we can motivate each other to be more invested in something else. Honestly, as an airplane pilot, it would be kind of fun to just straight up talk in Japanese randomly. I'm sorry. Like, all I can think about is in a position, you could totally crack a joke in Japanese. That's an airplane pilot. Well, we'll have to discuss how to like make your like bank off fun ideas for each other to keep ourselves more passionate in life, right? So catch you next time. Thanks again for the wonderful coffee talk. All right. Where were we? Slide into the heart, bleeding out, Hitsu. To figure out, experiment.
Keep up the language learning.
No, thanks for the 10, Dragon. Thanks for the 10. I'll have to share a virtual libation with you sometime. Maybe some coffee. Oh, keep this on the down low. I appreciate it. Good luck, good luck. Slide, bleed. It's a mad scientist who wants to see what happens when you bleed someone out. Death? Oh, certain. That's it. It's certain because it's certain death. Yes. You take a cut. It's like to cut out, right? To cut out. Take a cut. Oh no. Am I getting it confused with to cut off? I mean, out is fine too, right? Hold up. Oh yeah, out is fine. To cut out, to clip. Okay. Okay, we're good. Okay. So this is like non-stop direct. Dealing with like going to a place to confirm something, business oriented travel, transits, commutes, dead body, shitai, what else could it be? I don't have any other thing for body. Oh wait, no, this is not a kun moment. We don't kun this. Kun Kunyomi de? Uh, nah. Nah, right? Nah, shitai. Shitai.
したい
Okay. Fish. All works. Or expensive. Nice. Is this the like whole year thing? Wait. Yes, right? Oh, this is probably what I was thinking of earlier. Right? I knew this was coming up. This is the thing that I said it was coming up, and I was getting it mixed up with Nennai. Right? This is the whole year or throughout the year thing, right? So all year. And this is Hitsu. You're hitting the patient to make sure the mad scientist is hitting the patient to keep the patient alive. We're checking if it's alive. Hitsu. A success. That being correct. Right. Older brother. Oni-san.
お兄さん
Oh, a doll. Human shape. Bamboo. There's a dendaku in this one. So nen, or sort of dendaku. Not really. Like a change, a slight change. Nenju instead of nenchu. You wouldn't necessarily call this a euphonic change. Oh, a better read, right? Nenju.
年中
Dead body. Scooty. Scooty kata? Scooty kata? Scooty kata. Kata? Kata. It feels like it's two separate words. So the kata is separate from the scooty. So scooty kat scooty kata. Scooty kata. To go up, stay up.
作り方
Scooty kata. Yeah. Scooty kata. Okay. This is the way of making stuff. So how to make or way to make jibun.
Jibun
Jibun. Oh, it's going up. Jibun. Jibun is myself. That yeah, right? Jibun watashi. Myself. Yeah? I'm not sure if I can type self is my problem. Maybe what is your self? I think this is safe. Unless I added it. Let me see if I added it. Oh no, it has both. Oneself, myself, and self at the same time. Oneself. Intriguing. This is gyo, right? Gyo. So jingyo? No, ningyo. Nintendo. We had like people at Nintendo had a bunch of dolls or something. I don't remember the mnemonic for this. Ningyo. Something about Nintendo and dolls.
人形
With a nendaku. Okay, hold up. Or not a nendaku, but just gyo, the other read. Did you know that all dolls at Nintendo are made of gyoza? Oh, that's right. Gyoza. The other time gyoza showed up was Cole. Cole went, Cole goes to a lot of restaurants to get gyoza. So Cole and gyo for go. The kanji go. Let's see. Oh, right, the ankle thing. Ashikubi? It's gotta be ashi. That's we talked about this earlier too. Ashikubi. Maybe they're two separate words. Is that why? Ashikubi. Ashikubi.
Ashikubi.
No, ashikubi. Okay. Ashikubi. Interesting. Atari. 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 Atari.
当たり
Atari. Okay. Atari. What the heck was bamboo? Ke. Pake. Pake. Ne? Pake. Not goal. Neko. Actually, it's still goal because it's usually used as a counter or a suffix.
5
Goal. Ankle. Hold. So do I still use boon, or I think I use hun, right? Hun here. Because it's hun and pun. Hun pun. Oh, what was the meaning that they had? Minutes? Minutes. This is minutes, and then it's hun or pun, but they're gonna stick with hun, right? So minutes. Still number. Hun.
分
Hun. Okay. It's not Bill. Prison. Person. So, what is the person in the prison lack? Lack. Strong. Insect. Insect bow. Bow with insect. You have a private bow with an that's made of insects. And What do you do with that bow that gives me the read? um. Oh, right. Strong bows. Strong bows are made in Kyoto, right? Thread. Got thread again. Thread, you eat a thread. Cool. Alright, and then we'll do our 16. How did I screw? Oh, yeah, that's right. It was the interpretation. As soon as. Okay. Alright. Above and yo. Yo. Yeah. Buddy. Wait, Hidari? Oh no! Hold. Hold. Hidari. Oh, no. It's gotta be Hidari. Right? Oh no. This is embarrassing. No. No. Oh, Hitotsu. Hitori. Hitori.
一人
Hitori. Man. Safe. It's fine. Alone or one person? Alone is fine. To enter or to join, right? We're doing hairu. Ne? We're going back to the beginning now. This is one of the beginning ones, right? So hairu, to enter or... Oh, actually, I don't think to join and stuff is in this. But it's at least to enter. Oops. Go in. One side. Hang on. Yeah, I'm surprised it doesn't have to join. To join. I think to join is fine. I mean, it even has the example to join here. Actually, to go in is fine. Actually, I would probably still accept to go in a different manner. Yeah, there's an exact example of what I was talking about. If I typed out to join and got it wrong, that would be a little upsetting. I'd be slightly triggered. I do.
入る
I do. We're going back to the OG. Wait, so the question is, do all of these check out now that we're so far back? Above, up, over, that's fine.
人
Oh,
3つ
This was like me deal. Mitsu. Do they write people and persons? Yes, they do. Very nice. Well done. I gotta. Oh, I really like the new pieces that I added today. I get to hear them again. I gotta like groom or crop the playlist back down to 50 tracks later this evening. Okay. Tatsu. Right? Futatsu. Tatsu. Sounds good. Tatsu. Tatsu. Futari. Yes.
2つ
Tatsu. Hachi.
8
Hachi.
3
San. Ju. Was this supposed to be Jules? Oh man, Jules is bad news bears for near rhymes.
10
Ju. Sannin. Yeah? Sannin, right? Sannin, Santa-san. Oh, I still remember some of these mnemonics.
3人
Santa-san was the key word. Hitotsu.
1つ
Hitotsu. Tari.
2人
You.
9
Cucumber. This is not Yama. Sun. Right? Because of Fuji-san.
2
1
1 2 Oh, we got some enlightened ones. Look at that. All right. There's still one more step, so we're not going to see the last step until what? How long is this going to be? Probably like 2 months away, 2 or 3 months away before we see these again. Neat. All right. Look at this spread. That's what I like to see right there. You can definitely tell where I paused for stuff. Look at that beautiful curve. So dynamic. All right. So let's one more time, right? We do these twice and then we'll be good. I think the radicals only once for writing out this stuff. Okay. So, wings, box, black, stamp, husband, clan, boat, fish, yellow, black, circumference, table, temple, gate, self, teacher, top hat, bird, elephant. Right. Then now we're gonna write the keywords. Was a little rough yesterday for keywords. Yaka and yuka. Youth. Satsuki. Hen. Things. We're using things. And do we need a quotation over this? No, that's fine. Eagle. It's. Me. Mats. Ko. Oh no. I forgot this again. Oh, not. Just kidding. Not Jack. 2. Ko. Kyoto. Three. Yucky. And acorn. All right. So yuka. Yuka, I want to check. Yuka. Right. Oh. Yeah, yuka. Yep. That's the one I want to check. You. Satsu. Even Satsu. Right? Yeah, Satsu. Satsu. And Tsu. Oh, I have to check Tsu. Yep. Same thing as yesterday. Tsu. I. Itsu. Itsu. Mi. Matsu. Ko. Natsu. Oops. Natsu. Natsu. Yaku. Tsu. Ho. Hyo. Ri. Yuki. Okay, let's double check these. Yesterday was tough, so. Right. Checks out. Okay. Yes. This is fine. What about this? Okay. Got a lot of new reads. Yeah, lots of new reads. I need to double check. You kind of develop like a intuition for these things to some extent, but there are quite a lot of new reads here. Hitsu is fine. And then there are exceptions to this too, so I haven't really negotiated what kind of exceptions. Alright, we're good. And yeah. Heckin'. What's this? As soon as possible? Or as soon as? Immediately? Soul. And actually, I wanted to... it's hayabaya, right? Hayabaya. I totally had the second syllable incorrectly. until I remember it's hayai, right? Hayabaya. So yeah. Okay. And that's it. Not bad. We had a really wonderful discussion with a new person. Fellow. I'm actually really. It's quite lovely to talk to someone that has that aged. I'm not saying I'm not playing favorites, folks, or I'm trying not to play favorites, right? But it's been a very long time since I've talked to someone who is of the same. I mean, I know there's Gecko too, but Gecko is Belgium, so there's plenty of conversations that deal with that kind of thing. Kind of nice. It's very different, but refreshing, right? I like to have conversations with various people, and hear me out here. 1985 dude, millennial, picking up a new language, right? That's really sweet. It warms my heart, in my opinion, to see that I'm completing this spectrum. I think I've already met someone who is 50 plus, learning language, like even picking up their first language, like first secondary language, and then we have 40s. I mean, I'm about to join the 40 club soon with Dragon. Dragon's technically going already there, right? So the 30s, 40s clubs, and then we have a bunch of 20s and teens still learning language. I actually looked up some fun little statistics, actually. Here's something that's really interesting. I didn't get a chance to share it with Dragon. Dragon would be a very appropriate one. So we talk about language a lot, and then population statistics, right? Population statistics. It's still very difficult to quantify. However, ballparking with self-report and grain of salt, because of methodology and self-reporting. However, people who speak more than 2 languages, for those who do speak more than 2 languages, this would not be very surprising, or maybe it's a little mediocre or mid, but it's estimated to be about 50-50. 1 in 2. Wait, yeah, it's about 1 in 2, or actually we could make it like 1-to-1 ratio, right? Greater than 2 and 1, right? Language. Isn't that cool? They're roughly 40 to 50%, right? The 2 languages. We're talking about internationally. Now, the reason why I brought up Dragon in my conversation with Dragon is I have confirmed, right, nonchalantly, not subtly, that we're both American. And oftentimes, without saying too much, Americans are stereotyping for heavily having singular language, right? A singular language, or a singular, let's say, a singular strong language, which is English, right? And I can't spell strong. I added an E to be fancy. And actually the misnomer is there's quite a lot of secondary language. Now, I don't know how the methodology was done, but it's surprisingly higher than you think for a country that has been stereotyped for having largely monolingual preferences, right? It's actually getting a very reflexive to the makeup of the United States. It's anywhere between 30 to 40% now. At the lowest end, I saw a report of 20%. But that is the 1-to-1 thing, right? The very bipolar, generalizable thing, like half the country want roughly on average, on a normal distribution, want to not be interested in another language, and then the other half do. And this is for competence. I don't know what the selection is of how to determine one is a speaker or not, but it's, I would argue, probably a little bit more surprising for people outside. Obviously, my life is painted with rose-colored goggles and maybe a selection bias because I don't know what it's like to not be thinking about more than one language growing up. Whether I know how to speak or read or have limited competence, I am consistently normalizing the environment in which I am around more than one language. So that's pretty interesting, right? You have one-to-one, roughly, and you still have one-to-one in a country that's filled with different opinions, different heritages, and different extents of heritage speakers. So that's pretty sweet. I thought that was a pretty neat thing. One day, I don't know how this came about, but one day, oh yeah, I thought back to maybe 2 months ago when I was talking to someone. Oh, it was Chern, actually. It's not even 2 months ago. It was a month ago. We're talking about then we talk about multilingual, right? So we're talking about greater 3 and greater, and that percentage in the world, among the world, tanks to below 20%, right? You're getting into territory of the what I call the 80-20 split, the 80th percentile, right? And without saying too much, I like being in the 80th percentile. That's usually my cutoff. I like doing the 80-20 thing. So if one of these languages become Spanish, Japanese, or Chinese, I think if I had to give someone a metric in which, a very arbitrary metric in which I can be satisfied with myself, is the idea that, yeah, that's fine. If I can, I mean, even then, like, that's pretty sweet. Obviously, that these numbers are often looking at the bottom line numbers. When you talk to a younger person, their aspirations are a lot higher. They when it comes to language learning, you learn the first language and the second language, and then you're immediately saying, I want to be 99th percentile. And 99th percentile is remarkably four and above. It seems, based on this like arbitrary sampling and whatnot. So, grain of salt. Just as a idea, I don't typically excel as an 80th percentile thing as a hobby. I think the things that I do that are potentially in the 99th percentile are things that I keep really close to my heart. And yeah, language learning is not one of them. So to reiterate or re-inculcate, so like to inculcate some of the stuff that I talked about with Dragon, there are a lot of things that learning Japanese and Chinese and Spanish soon in 2 days. Tomorrow's my birthday, so I'm gonna take another extra R&R day. These are my R&R days, as in I'm not going to start the third project of the year yet until the day after. Tomorrow will be business as usual. My mother is under the weather. They wanted us to go out and have a meal, or like have a meal outside, like social eating, but we're gonna do same thing for tomorrow. Then the following day we're gonna try to pull up Duolingo Spanish, right? And this time we get to see what the sauce is when it comes to the flagship stuff. I'm looking forward to how the experience differs. This little break from Duolingo as a streaming thing and interaction with people is kind of a nice break as well. Technically, I'm taking a break from it. This stuff is cool. It's very interesting. However, it's rarely a metric that I use to create satisfaction. It does give a lot of perspectives though. So yeah, I'm already in the technically the 80th percentile of the United States, right? And then in the world, we can make a little stretch for the 80th percentile. Other than that, I like this above average template. I'm no stranger to the 80-20, and I know that's an economic principle, but it has really much set a arbitrary standard. When I reach the 80th percentile, oftentimes in whatever converging metrics that I have, I ask myself, do I really, really love this, right? Do I love it so much that it can be inherent and completely attached to the particular skills that I have in the 99th percentile? In this case, language might be one of them. Language learning might be one of them. I love communication, right? I think in the world we live in now, as a very, also like a sobering thought, in the world we live in now, I believe that the vast majority of young people, and when I mean young people, I'm not talking about biologically. Like, you could be 10 and still be very mature. In the world of immature, inexperienced youth, right? People who have yet to experience human contact, human communication, or extended human discussions or interactions. I fear nowadays even school is more of an experience of reclusion, like being recluse a lot of times. In fact, avoiding school is pretty much a trendy thing now. Where was I going with this? I like to believe that having as many opportunities to inspire people, young people, mentally young people, to have a conversation, knowing that those who are experienced does not discriminate, will be a really wonderful, bright future. Because the internet is not going to get any more personal or intimate anytime soon. I do, like I was talking to Procall the other day, I do believe it's coming to an inflection point, and that is being challenged by the AI move, right? The AI move would be the biggest shift, in my opinion, in human interaction. It would effectively become a middleman in human communication, and that, in a way, somewhat saddens me. Largely because I think the most interesting, one of the things that you look forward in life is having building yourself up, right? Building yourself up. With the few exceptions, the minority exceptions, most people build themselves up in order to interact with other human beings. This, outside of, making a discussion about artificial intelligence and sentience and whatnot, things of science fiction currently, in the world we currently occupy, learning a language is that. It's hopefully it continues to be a skill and knowledge, especially things you acquire on the internet, becoming knowledgeable, becoming successful, leads to an ultimate interaction with other human beings. And I think in no way have I seen an uptrend in the internet, which once was a place to bring more people together, people of like mind, people of like interest, to talk to each other and discuss things to each other, facilitate discussion. Now I think has long caressed that honeymoon period where the internet now encouraged people to not talk to each other. And what I mean by that is the literal act of talking to each other is no longer the act it once was. Nowadays, the act of talking to each other is based on impersonal, efficient, non-interactive, non-active form of communication. And ultimately, unless the world shifts paradigms outside of the internet, the communication between those who are experienced in human relations, be it in a relationship, family member, teachers, service workers, the ones that do not participate in those will inevitably have the barrier to having communication for that. And then the opposite is true still, obviously. If you have people who are disconnected with the internet and technology, they would not be receptive to that barrier of communication. However, this is a one-way streak. The ones that have the experience gains leverage, right? They're able to communicate. It always seems like they can work things out, and it feels like they can make things work. Meanwhile, the other way around, if you do not have that experience, you require that accessibility to that experience in order to even develop that skill in general. So more than ever, I feel the quality and dynamics of discussion pretty much anywhere on the internet has increased in efficiency. So let's do a positive thing. It has most definitely increased in efficiency. However, it has been increasingly more and more void of the human touch, to the point where I don't even know what is considered normal to the young mind, what a discussion is. Right? Am I too lazy to sit down and have a discussion with anyone who gives me the time of day? No. However, it might seem that way because when I try, most of the time that person doesn't have the time of day to engage in a conversation, right? So hopefully that person is choosing to engage in something of human interactions as an exchange, not avoiding human interaction. I think it goes a long way to developing or taking advantage of developing a skill that can return in dividends, especially when the internet is already helping you collect people of like minds, right? If you're already of like minds, it's still pretty impressive how little people talk to each other because they don't need to anymore. I think there was a time when the internet collect people of like minds in order to encourage discussion. Nowadays, in my opinion, there's a far more likelihood that people are collected based on like minds in order to not have to talk to each other. So if I enter a lobby in which it's defined by the ideologies of that lobby, people don't have to go over those things because they are assuming that they agree. And when they disagree, you eject the person that disagrees with the ideologies of that lobby. I think that, in my opinion, is far more the social norm these days. And it defies age groups. I think it more correlates with how experienced someone is and how especially experienced in interacting with human beings. It could even be a group of similar minds. That's still more than not talking at all, right? So I thought today's discussion, learning Japanese, brought together an opportunity for me to talk to an airplane pilot who seems to like Zutomayo just like me. And we come from extraordinary backgrounds. I mean, Granted, we both grew up in the United States, presumably, but like we are nowhere near being able to talk to each other on a immediate level. Yet, one question, a few comments later, you can make it happen. Would it be any different if I walked into a bar and walked to a stranger and observed and tried my best to ice break? No, it wouldn't for me. However, I would say it will dramatically be almost crippling anxiety for a large majority of people. Young people. Young, inexperienced people. Young, inexperienced. Right? Inexperienced. Wow, I need a better choice of words. Inexperienced people in general. So they don't have to be like biologically young or whatnot. It'll be learning language could be a great common ground to share these thoughts. Okay. So with that, hopefully slightly sobering and hopeful look at a reflection on language learning. This is the end of WaniKani, our Japanese session for today. And if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? For those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan mata ne. And I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back with Hanzahiro. Thank you.